Did we not turn the light on? I turned the light on. I swear I did. Yeah, I did. Me with Knobs, what's going on? I think you are everybody. No, there might be one other person. Oh, what are you up to today, man? Personally, I have been awake since 2 a.m., and that was after closing all week, so I'm a zombie. But I wanted to play around with some knives. Now, the hope here is that we pick out the Rosecraft. Yeah, I got home right about 1 o'clock, but I also clocked in at 4 a.m. So I think I earned that early departure. I think the rat's an Os 8. Yeah, it's Os 8. So this would be a better Os 8 blade for this than the Boker Kalashnikov we had was. Because that thing was annoying to cut with. Not gonna lie. But in other news, I did finally manage to turn on Super Chat and memberships and all that. Maxilla, what is up, dude? What is going on, man? But yeah, yeah, the damn it. I don't know Tanium. I think I don't know BM is better. That is a lot better. 11 through 15. I'm hoping for 6 through 10. I want to do Rosecraft today. Now that being said, the edges on the inside of this aren't really broken down, so if I do get that, this is going to be glowing spanked lobster red at some point today. Like, this is going to tear my hand up. Yeah, like we keep talking about having like a crap load of land and being left alone on it, and places like Montana are like the ideal situation. Like, yeah, give me about 30 acres, give me nobody bothering me, and let me be able to set off sticks of dynamite on my property. I'd like that. Now, I can't do that because I can't leave Georgia. I got too many roots down here, but it's a nice thought. Ooh, isotoners. Just a guest, what is up, man? How you doing? We're about 2 minutes away from rolling the D20 of fate. The 20-sided die of destiny. Yeah, Monday was going to be the stream, and then I realized I have tomorrow off work so I can stay up late tonight, and I've been wanting to do a stream for a minute. So, like, I scrambled and scraped together a ton of cardboard. Like, normally when I'm opening, and I open on Tuesday morning, we're doing our ad reset, and I've got access to literally tons and tons and tons of cardboard boxes. But I closed on Tuesday, and I closed on Monday, but our truck didn't show up till late as hell. Sergio Lucio, what's up? Maybe I pronounced that right. But yeah, so I kind of had to work to get them this week. But there probably will be another live stream on Monday unless I'm just too exhausted to go for it. Punisher, what's up, dude? Yeah, if y'all notice, YouTube let me turn the super chats and memberships on, and I'm not sure how I'm going to handle memberships yet. Like, y'all are going to be the first to hear it, but what I'm thinking about doing is these knives that have gone through live streams, and I'm pretty much done with them, doing giveaways on those, and kind of chewing through those and getting rid of some of the backlog, because I've got a huge, huge damn pile of them. The only qualm I have with it is a lot of them are really, really cheap, so it's like, who's going to care about them that much? But then again, a lot of small giveaways and free knives. So I'll figure out how I want to handle that, but I do think I want to give some of these away. And of course, I'm hanging on to the, I think next year we'll see how big the channel's gotten, and I'm going to take this to Blade Show, and the first person to spot me gets it. All right. What does the D20 of Destiny want me to cut with tonight? Come on, 6 through 10. 2. Okay, we got the Kershaw filter. Could be worse. Oh shit, that's our first super chat. All right. Super chat gets a fart. Hell yeah, man. Congratulations. That's the first one ever. I don't know where that 90 cents is going to end up. YouTube hasn't let me set up the payment stuff or anything like that, so I have no idea what's happening there. But damn, that was right out the gate, too. All right, so let me check the Kershaw real quick and see if we can find a blade steel on it. It's got to be either 440 or 8CR. Ooh, we got a new one. 4CR14, according to Kershaw. No. According to Kershaw's website, it's 4CR. So, Kershaw knives. Yep, 4CR14. Drawings and stuff. What's going on, man? We're about to start dicing some cardboard up. We got the Kershaw filter here in 4CR14. No, this was on Amazon for like 12 or 13 bucks. And where'd I put my knife tools? There they are. I guarantee you in about the first 20 minutes, you know what? We're just going to remove the pocket clip now. I'm doing good, man. I'm here doing a live stream. I am above water. We are doing great. That's a T6. See, I was talking to the guys a second ago about possibly doing giveaways on the knives that have already been through live streams, and I'm kind of done with them overall. Okay, so apparently I can't remove this pocket clip now. Oh shit, hell yeah. No. We should have sound? I know everybody else has been responding like they have sound. All right, let's check what the edge looks like before we start cutting. Not the best edge we've ever had, but good. All right. Let's get this show on the road. We're going to get some heavier duty cardboard to start with. Because Tidy Cats has committed one too many crimes. The day of judgment is upon him. But yeah, like... yeah. No, this is going to be a fun one. We are going to wail on this thing. So our start time, we'll call it 5:05. Yeah, congratulations on the truck, dude. Like, I know you've been really tying a lot of your hopes and dreams into that thing. Okay. Yes, I did say what's up drawings and stuff. I say what's up when people come in, especially ones that I recognize. Your presence has been validated. Okay, so the slice is pretty good so far. I don't want the pocket clip on here, but apparently this screw just decided it was time to strip all the way out. Yeah, it's a hollow grind. Thank you, drawings and stuff. Oh, Monarch 29, how you doing, man? How you doing? That's not the worst idea we've had. I don't have one of those though. And I'm not sure if you caught earlier, but I have 19 blades to go through before I got to start buying more stuff. And I will let you guys in on a secret. That $47 Cold Steel AD15 Lite is on its way here and should be here tomorrow. So I'm right back up to a nice even 20. But yeah, I thought our first 4CR blade was going to be well shit, where is it? I thought the Revo Canyon was going to be our first 4CR blade. I mean, you got to figure the paring knife is going to slice really easy. Yeah, it's OS 10A on the AD15 Lite. Which I think is the same thing we have on the 4MAX Scout that I'm carrying right now. And that thing is going in the box for live streams as soon as I'm done with the week of carry. Because I just want to see. We haven't used a pocket. Chef Rocky C, what's going on, dude? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Like, we haven't done one of those cold steel pocket tanks yet, and as much as I love those, we need to do one. And I did tell Brad for America that I was gonna, or Adam for America, Brad for America, Adam for America. I told him I was gonna thrash these knives whenever I got them. Now, the one that I'm kind of interested in catching is gonna be the Lightning OTF. That's gonna be an interesting live stream when that happens. You need some knives for review? I'm not in a position to start handing those things out yet. Now, like I was talking to these guys, at some point in the near future, I'm probably going to start doing giveaways on the stuff that we've already carried, reviewed, done cardboard slayer with. You know, I'm going to put a brand new edge on them and make sure they're working smoothly, but, you know, they're going to be things like, oh, I don't need anything right now. I've got 20 of them to go through. Like, I've got 20 weeks of a carry interview right now. I don't have a P.O. box or anything set up, so it's not like anyone can send me anything right now without me doxing myself. So I'm just not going to sweat it. But actually, when I was at Blade Show, two of my friends that I ride there with every year, they gave me something like 9 or 10 knives just by themselves for the review process. I have got somewhere over 200 now, just folders, not even counting the fixed blades. Like, gentlemen, we're watching it pop off in the chat right now. It's getting real in there. But yeah, it's kind of one of the problems of doing something like this, is you eventually just wind up with so many piled up that you can't begin to do anything with them. And I'm not familiar with the Valhalla. My Blade Show Atlanta acquisitions were a Devo and Stassa 23 collaboration, the Fireball. I got one of his prototypes. I got a prototype Vosteed. I picked up a there was some Camillus knives, which I know they don't have the best reputation. I've just got a soft spot for Camillus. There's a Sin Cut, a bunch of stuff, but the big ones are really the prototypes. You know, and if you weren't here earlier when I talked about it, I was at the Vosteed booth, and one of the prototypes I have is where they're trying to figure out how to take a resin and make the whole scale out of resin, and he's working on trying to figure out how to get that into production. It's actually right here conveniently, but the Slashkin, that was on a very recent pocket check too. So this is just going to be a good week of carry. I already know. But yeah, so I talked to him and I showed him what thermochromic resin is. You know, it changes color as it gets warm. So I sent him home to China with one of my thermochromic beads to have and to show everybody. So maybe one day in the far-flung future, if they can figure out how to get the resin into production, yeah, our mods can time you out for a few minutes. But yeah, maybe at some point in the far-flung future, we'll see knives with thermochromic scales on them, which means at room temperature, they're like the bead I sent him home with. It's like a dark blue and a dark maroon. And then when you get it up to close to body temperature, like if you hold it in your hand for a few minutes, it turns bright green and yellow, like just bright. Pokey Sly, what is up? What is going on? Everything is good here. We're on a live stream, and we got a 4CR14 to play with, so we haven't done the steel yet. So we get to see how poorly it's going to perform. I hate when it does that. CKF. CKF doesn't ring a bell, but I will tell you right now, I don't know everything out there, and I'm not familiar with everything. Justin, Ohio, what's going on? Liking the smash button is appreciated. Oh, Custom Knife Factory. Yeah, that's not a brand I've heard of before. But, you know, that being said, once you get into fixed blades and stuff like that, and companies that are mostly fixed blade oriented, like I have no knowledge of what they do, because I can't really carry fixed blades day in and day out, and you know, like I can't carry them, so I can't really do a fair review on them, you know. And you know, it's kind of not fun to just, like, one of the things I hate is guys, their review is just an unboxing and looking at it, and then they move on. So I don't do that. Nah, evasive floppy disk isn't here yet. We're not doing foot stuff. Not till he gets here. Like, again, I don't really have a good way to carry that and use it. I don't like the thought of putting fixies in my pocket. Just I don't have any practice with them, so I don't trust myself trying to get that in the pocket without stabbing myself because I missed the small opening in the Kydex. But like a neck knife, I can't be digging under a shirt that's tucked in trying to get that thing out. And like I can't be digging around in there for that. And I hate the way shit feels slapping on my chest. Like my name tag for about the first hour of the day, and then every couple of hours just irritates the piss out of me. So it just winds up I focus on folding knives, which are kind of the ones that I've been the most into since I was a kid. Like I've picked up fixed blades thinking I'm gonna go in the woods and play with these things. And either I'll go out and play with them, at least somewhere with some stuff to chop up, and get kind of disappointed that it's not performing like a machete, basically. Or it sits there and I never do anything with it. I got some very nice custom pieces that haven't seen a minute of use. We're cutting with the Kershaw filter. Very, very cheap. I think it was like $13. And we got 4CR14 MOV. So now we wait to see how long it takes the 4CR to wear out. Yeah, it's just, if you're living like a city life, folders are just the way to go. They're way easier to deal with. It is heavy. The scales are steel. Let's see. Yeah, scales are steel along with the rest of the knife. Miller R, what's going on, man? Patrick McCarthy, what's up? If you're just getting here, we got the Kershaw filter in 4CR14, so we're going to see how long crap steel lasts. And I think I need to make another attempt to get this pocket clip off. It's already driving me nuts. But I think my other T6 might be partially stripped out too. So I may be stuck with this for the rest of the night, man. Right? We'll deck cord it. Brother, I am having fun watching you bounce through 3 accounts, man. This is pretty entertaining. Oh, thank Jesus. Dude, be honest here. Do you have like 3 phones sitting out there right now? Like, I've been watching that since you came in. Like, okay, we got rid of the pocket clip. There is oil under that pocket clip. That's actually nice. Okay, no more pocket clip. Brother, if you got a hard ache, you might want to see a doctor or cut back on the Viagra. Yeah, those tears have got to be from the profound sadness of using that 4CR14. Okay, that's just an empty bottle. Got it. All right, that's better. Yeah, we actually do have that song on the radio at the store, so we get to hear it every about 2 hours, I think, hour and a half on average. And somebody's sorry ass decided that we needed Rick Astley on there, so we get Rickrolled every hour and a half to 2 hours too. Like, I want to congratulate whoever that was, but I also kind of want to kick him in the dick until he quit making noise. He keeps kicking me in the dick. Why does he keep kicking me in the dick? Brother, it is outside of Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, that's the exact one. It's like a couple of very dear friends of mine got married a while back, and they made a joint decision to rickroll all of us at the reception. And I interrupted what they were doing at their table to demand to know which one of them decided to rickroll us. And they both took credit for it at the same time. Which is why these people are my friends. Oh my God. So, I just found last night some of the wildest shit I have ever heard. Like, it has been decades since I have found something that fucking wild that suits me that well. And just let your head do what it does with the idea of bluegrass industrial punk. All right? Just let your brain marinate on that for a minute. Oh no, see, the thing is with rickrolling is it's only okay when I do it. All right? And this thing is not loving this cut. Your face lives in a pineapple under the sea. Justin, Ohio, all right, man. Have a good one. Sorry I caught that so late. All right, everyone donate to Super Chat to see whether you do listen to Rick or you don't. See which one rounds up more money. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, this thing is not liking this cut. Brother, we are all broke. That's why we're here. Okay? I don't have the power of God or anime on my side. I'm screwed. We got one dude soloing, keeping the chat right up right now. some slightly more normal cardboard for a little bit. Ritz Toasted Chips, your day of penance has come. I am not familiar with Johnny Kemp. We got Knives of Life in here? Yeah, my apologies for the calculus final. I tried taking a refresher on, what was it? I'm trying to remember the class. It was like advanced algebra or algebra something. You got real complicated real fast. Like, it got real complicated real fast. So I go to a friend of mine's house, and he tutored me for several hours a day. Get everything figured out, be flying on my own. And the next day I go to class, couldn't remember shit. So, I couldn't actually really deal with that class, because it's like I'd have to relearn everything in class before I did the work, and then I'd have to relearn it again after I got home to do all the homework. Like, it messed me up so bad. Well, Miller, I'm sure I'll see you at my store. Pick us up some fudge grams and Pringles while you're there. And a rotisserie chicken. And ice cream. And milk. KO Knives, what is up? Don't worry, we'll be getting something sharpened soon enough here. This is 4CR14. If you're going to Costco, get me a 5-gallon bucket of Twizzlers. I can't eat them. They take too many teeth, but I just want to say I have it. I can't go out to dinner. I'm wearing sweatpants, and my wife doesn't like me leaving the house dressed like a slut. Skibbity toilet riz. 3 people just left. 3 people just left. I hate it when it does that. Midnight, what is up, dude? What's going on? So we got the Kershaw filter in 4CR. Just so you're already aware. $19.77, you in here, buddy? Hey, what's going on, man? So you guys missed it? What decision are we seconding? Yeah, brother, if you gotta go study, you gotta go study, man. Like, sorry, school's more important than this bullshit. But yeah, you guys missed it. We got our first super chat ever. And it's gonna be sitting in the account for like 6 months until they finally pay it out. Ah, red vines. We were just discussing Twizzlers. Chat, you guys aside, what's superior, red vines or Twizzlers? Personally, when I could enjoy them, I preferred Twizzlers, but that's just me. Holy shit, $20 super chat, man. Thank you so much. That is amazing. That is our second one. You could have added something for me to comment. You know what? We're gonna give that one a fart. We're gonna give that one a fart. Let's find the song. Yeah, it's greatly appreciated, and that's the thing I'm looking at is when super chats do come in, those are going to get rolled back into the channel, so that those can either pick up knives or help cover operating costs, like the PO box. You know, I'm looking at setting that up, but I got to find out how much that is, and if stuff comes in consistently enough, then I can cover a P.O. box and people can send stuff in, and then we'll have to figure out how to handle that, because I promise you, 4 or 5 people send something in at the same time, I ain't going to be able to get to it right away. Well, the thing is, all right, Twizzlers, way back in the day, late early 1990s, were a bit different. Like, they were a bit different, they were better, and they also were more of a straw. So you could use them as a straw, and it was absolutely amazing. Hell, with that $20, I can buy 6 more pair frames. Travis, what's going on, dude? Welcome. So this is the first time super chats have been able to happen. So, we don't know what's going to happen with that yet. Yeah, like, they used to be a lot better, and of course, you know, manufacturing down to a cost has made them worse and worse and worse and worse as time has gone on. Which is unfortunate. Like, you know, I understand the butterfly effect part of it, but if I could travel time, one thing that I would do is just drop back to the late 1980s and just buy the junk food and be like, this is amazing. $24 to get you a 70 pair of frames. Well, Fly Butter wears sunglasses. That's the difference. That's the difference right there. But yeah, like there's, like it'd be amazing to be able to just hop back, grab a whole bunch of like the better versions of stuff, discontinued stuff, and drag it back up here and just enjoy your hoard. Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, I never got sent to buy cigarettes from my parents. Unsure why, but that is a-okay with me. I just wind up buying my own later anyways. Yeah, like I think like there's I tell you one thing though, I would go back to like 1995 and pick up a bunch of Jolt Cola and bring that back. I'm 44, man. You ain't that far ahead of me. Like, I cannot tell you how much I've wanted like another Jolt Cola for the longest damn time, and I can't. I'd also buy a bunch of Surge. Why did they bring Surge back and take it away? Sobe in the glass bottles? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, like... I was one of the handful of people that liked the way Jolt Cola tasted. I'm not sure why it got so much hate, but it did. And like they brought Jolt Cola back, and you could buy it for like 3 months, and then it vanished, never to be seen again. You know, it's like whoever's making Jolt Cola took a look at me, looked me directly in the eyes, and went, "Fuck you! You don't get to be happy." Zima, is that the one you're going for? Ah, Fruitopia was disgusting, man. That stuff was terrible. But yeah, like, when that and Surge dropped, my school wound up with like Fruitopia machines everywhere, and then a few Surge machines peppered in there for good measure. I tried Zima way back when, and it just, that stuff was also awful. No, if you wanted Zima, but you actually wanted to enjoy yourself, Smirnoff Ice was the way to go. You know, there was a while there where, like a lot of friends of mine would have a lot of wine coolers floating around, and I would pound those as hard as I could and still couldn't even catch the slightest buzz off them. Yeah, we didn't catch the Jolly Ranchers part. We just did I think at that point, I was more into just straight up beer. What? I don't think the Family Dollars around here, or the Dollar Generals or any of that, are allowed to sell alcohol. Or they can't afford to pay for a liquor license. But I tell you what, if I could buy shit like that for $1, well, I'll take that back. You know what? Back before I quit drinking, Ice House was $4 for a 6-pack of Tall Boys. So, yeah, I was able to get blasted on those for way cheaper. Thank you, Chef Rocky. Now, I will say one thing. If you know you hate yourself and you want to enforce that in the morning, Steel Reserve. Yeah, the concept of a drive-through liquor store is mind-boggling, but there are also places where you can get drive-through margaritas, which I dare you to make less sense. Like, the exact kind of person that would buy a drive-through margarita is the exact kind of person that will be drinking that shit while they're driving. Like a piece of plumbing that hasn't found its forever home. Let that sink in. But yeah, I've suffered through a lot of Steel Reserve hangovers, and those things are a special bitch. Like, as far as hangovers go, I think that might be like an 8 out of a 10. Bruising Cruise is something I've literally never heard of. But, I think The worst hangover I ever had was we spent an evening pounding Smirnoff Ice and sake. Like, we went through tons and tons of both. I never got my hands on proper Mad Dog 2020. So I couldn't give you perspective there. However, like, we hit the point where we were drinking a little bit of Smirnoff Ice from the bottle and topping it off with about 2 shots of sake and then pounding it. And let me tell you, I woke up the next morning praying for the sweet release of death. And that was Christmas morning, so I was forced to stay awake. And then we're watching the fucking Christmas parade, and the Offspring are there, and they play a song called Worst Hangover Ever. And I'm just sitting there feeling personally attacked. And sitting there going, fuck you motherfuckers, how do you know? I couldn't tell you exactly when the last hangover I had was, but I know it's been since 2008. At some point, I'll try to figure out how to get some custom emojis made to add to this mess. But I literally just did the application for all that stuff. The application for the super chats and the memberships and all that. Like, I did that earlier today, like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. So actually, I think it was like 7 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know how all of it works yet. Well, me with Nige, you got me beat by 2 years. Yeah, 2008, like, drinking wasn't working for me at all, so finally I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna pop pills. That's all I'm gonna do from now on. You cannot tell me we're already starting to see bad cuts. It hasn't even been an hour. Yep. Yeah, losing a dog always sucks. No, I tell you what, last night was I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue. Fucking shit. Thank you, Midnight. You know, one of the think it's common for all of us. It's like I'd love to be able to handle that like a normal person and not ruin my life with it, but I have already gone way too far, way too fast, and there's no going back. Karina Orakova. Pretty sure I pronounced that right. I'm not making anything. What we're doing is dicing up cardboard to see how long the edge on this knife holds up. We're doing edge retention testing. And we're hanging out in the chat so that I got a chance to hang out with you guys while I do this. Because we're just kind of gathering information. So like, you know, when I look at knives that I can't really beat on that hard, I have some frame of reference for how the steel does. I can't imagine quitting cigarettes back in the 1990s. Well, I can. I take that back. We don't have the time for me to show you all my knives. I'm gonna guess the better part of 70 or 80 down here and another 75 or 80 upstairs in the bedroom. Now, there are 3 videos from before Blade Show with my State of the Collection that has pretty much all of them in it. If you want to check those out. Josh, what's going on, dude? But I do know cigarettes were different back in the 90s. Like, they hadn't quite hit the peak of adding shit to them to make them more addictive. They were starting, but they weren't quite there. But still, you're quitting without like the without as much support as we have now for it. You know, like, I didn't quit smoking, I just switched to electronic. I'm doing substitution. What do I have at hand right now? Well, some of the stuff that I have from Blade Show that I haven't done any review time on yet. We've got, and some of these are gifts from a friend. Like, this is a Revo Canyon that came from Battle Box. So we're gonna see whether or not Battle Box actually sends you okay knives. Fox Edge, another Battle Box knife. And then there's a steel will right here that I am really looking forward to carrying. KO, welcome back. Yeah, back whenever I stopped and switched to electronic. Stuff's falling. We got the K-Bar Becker BK40 right here, which I really want to carry. Like, this already looks like it's going to be one of my favorite folders by a lot. We got a couple of Camillus blades, which they're not expensive and they're not that well liked, but I got a soft spot for Camillus, so I'm going to try them out. Happy to see new stuff from Camillus. Petrified fish, we got a beluga right here, which also feels phenomenal. I don't think it's an aftermarket. Adam said he put a custom edge on it. He sharpened it himself, but he didn't say he did anything else to it. That steel will, man, that looks so good. Like, this feels like one of those things that's going to be a fantastic small EDC knife. Looks like it's already done some cutting, but that's okay. It was a gift. I am not going to complain one damn bit. What the hell else is over here? Thought I saw something else. And of course, we got the sin cut right here, the Slashkin. I did see the spots for the yeah, that's a box mod. That's the Aegis Legend with an old TFV8 on it running at 160 watts. Yeah, I do see where there's spots for wire clips. Which actually, I'll probably look and see if I can find one online. We've got the Kaiser Nice Guy right here, another one that I'm really looking forward to carrying. I really, really, really like this thing whenever, like, I dipped into the credit card that I shouldn't have been touching to get this when I was at Blade Show. The BK40, BK40, BK40. Yeah, that is, well, no, yeah, it might be aftermarket. Like, it fits perfectly into the spots for the wire clip, but you know more than I do, I'll be honest. You know more than I do. Rosecraft. But what flavor? I mixed up a batch of banana cream this morning or yesterday. But we got the Rosecraft Pocket Monster right here, which is also looks like it's going to be a phenomenal carry. And I promised Andy over at Rosecraft that I would wail on this thing for Cardboard Slayer. So when we do this to this thing, we are going all out. Like, we are going to completely wreck the edge and see how long it takes. And I do mean wreck the edge. And then I've got the O-Knife Sentry, which I can already tell you, my friend of mine that gave this to me, he had his on him and let me play with it. Dear God. Dear God. Yeah, so I'm assuming the Lynch clip is a bigger deal than I think it is, because I know everybody buys those things. But I haven't had any knives that are really worthy of aftermarket clips. So when you left your thing in the car for summer, did it mess your batteries up real bad? Because depending on where you live and how hot summer is, that can do a lot of damage. And in some cases, it can rupture the battery. Yeah, I've carried, well, I take that back. I've carried stuff that warrants an aftermarket clip, but I haven't really been willing to pay for an aftermarket clip. You know, especially right now, like, I'm carrying something for a week, doing my videos on it, throwing it in the pile and moving to the next one. There's no justification for spending money on an aftermarket clip at all. Well, magnet's not reacting to it. If that tells you anything. Fluid on the batteries is not the end of the world. However, oh no, you're absolutely right, me with knives. I've had knives that are good but have a bad clip on them. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's just, you know, I got to carry it how it came from the factory for a week, and then I'm on to the next one. Like, they just no. But no, I mean, the thing is with the summer heat, like when your car hits like 115, 120 degrees on the inside and you got a mod in there, those batteries can hit thermal runaway and blow off. Like, they can blow up. And believe me, there's a part of me that really wishes I was in an environment where I could properly do that to a knife. I am still not 100% after getting sick from Blade Show. At all. But I genuinely don't think physically I could take the kind of work I used to do anymore, doing landscaping and stuff. Thanks, everybody. Oh yeah, you got an OTF. I've got a Lightning OTF upstairs that I'm waiting to carry, but for the price, it feels like it's a really good knife. Because they're like $40. The other OTF I have is right here, the Schrade Viper, and this is a single action. So the button doesn't let you retract it like that. You got to manually retract it. And you got to have big hands to do that one-handed. I think the last one I can reach easily is the Monocolor Grenade, which that carried well and did well. Oh, you got the Viper? Yeah, like, I paid 40 bucks for it on Midway USA, and I don't think it's worth a penny more than $40. It does not justify the 70 or 75 bucks the retail price is. It's a single action OTF, you know, and this is one that unless you got, like, I got extra large hands, I have to buy XL gloves, and that's the only reason that I can fire this and reach the lock and then pull it back one-handed. It's not that good of a knife. It's built solid, everything works on it well enough, but, you know, I really hate having the fire mechanism right here on the bottom. That makes it so hard to use quickly and easily. Like, I get what they were trying to do, but nah. No, like, yeah, I went to find the Cobra Tech booth at Blade, and I think I saw it across the big room right as we were leaving. So I was like, all right, well, fuck it, that ain't happening. But yeah, I mean, if you're using your knife in a working environment, you know, you really need the knife to be as convenient as possible to use within the reason of its design. So, you know, like, this is a better knife for my working life than that Viper is, and this is a $13 beater because I can pull it out of the pocket, one-hand it, and close it quickly, easily, and have it back where it belongs. Now, this is a tip-down pocket clip, so I hate that, but we all live in sin. I infinitely prefer, and like, if you handle a double action OTF where it's just click, 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 you won't want to touch the Viper again. I hope you were on their doorstep for 3 hours talking about knives, sir. But no, you're exactly right. Like, my preference for most things, unless it's going to be like a fully automatic knife, is flipper tab. Not a front flipper, not a top flipper, a simple back flipper with a good action on it. And either a liner lock, honestly, or a frame lock. Okay, we're kind of close on that question, but you got to rephrase that a little bit. I'm not sure exactly where you're going with that. Like, that's one of the areas where I do kind of make sacrifices because, you know, off-brands typically aren't that good. They're not. And a lot of it is the carbonation just isn't right. Now, if I were to go to Aldi, I could find off-brand energy drinks that are not great, but they're cheap. We all live in sin, sir. Yeah, we don't get Menards down here. I tell you what, though, real quick, I'm going to post a link to one of the songs I found last night. So those of you that are interested can go check out that fucking craziness. Uh, I don't find off-brand stuff that's better so much. Yeah, that's nice going on the ZT. I don't have one of those. Although I will say your last couple of live streams you did, I was at work and couldn't do shit about it. A free. All right, that is the right price, sir. Free is the right price. Hell yeah. I did not realize DT was part of Kershaw. There's a lot I don't know. Shit, probably got to save that one. Ah, Horatio Magellan Crunch, we hardly knew ye. Yeah, it's just, again, like, sorry, the off-brand drinks, the carbonation's never right in them. Never. Ah, that's where the free came from. All right. All right, we are about to hit 1 hour on this, and now we are avenging every single shredded mouth roof in history. Yeah, just Clover Valley. Fucking shit. Aw, this drink makes me sad. Clover Valley. Yeah, I had I've still got the ZT0350 on my wish list. However, as a priority, it has dropped down very, very low. Especially with the course this channel's taken. Yeah, like I still need to stop at pawn shops at some point here too and just see what I can find. Kershaw filter, 4CR14. I think I paid $13 for it. Oh, the free knife? Yeah, he got a free zero tolerance. Oh, nice. JKO's over here hitting it and getting it. Silver, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, and welcome. $19.77 alive and kicking. You still here, man? That's a nice move. Depending on how good the four knives are. All right, we're gonna do the robot for you real quick. That way you don't have to hang out longer than you want to, because I know it's late o'clock in Europe. All right, one more. Okay. Now you can go to bed whenever you want. Okay, so we're an hour in on this. Ooh, yeah. There's definitely a worn spot. All right, let's check the card stock and see if the edgeware shows up here. Yeah, we definitely got some good edgeware going on now. However, that being said, we're actually in significantly better shape than I thought we would be after an hour. So I'm going to give my hand a break for like 2 minutes here, and we're going back in. The Gremlin was AMC, sir, not Mercury. So my next question is, what do I carry next? I'm kind of torn between cracking open one of the new Camilluses and seeing how that do, or going, you know what? It's either going to be a Camillus or it's going to be Or it's going to be the steel will. Camillus or steel will. What do we think, guys? We do a Camillus or we do a steel will? All right, we got to vote for steel will for next week. Two steel wills, one Camillus. Because like the knives I'm super looking forward to, I'm kind of trying to edge on for a while. But steel will's too good to not carry. I think steel will is winning this one. So we are going to do the cut jack for the next week. Once I finish off with the 4MAX Scout. So Camillus is a brand that used to be a lot better, but got bought out by a Chinese company, and their quality has dipped. However, when I was looking for Camillus stuff a while ago, there was only a couple of things available, and they were really bad. So when I saw these at Blade Show that were significantly better, I had to get them and try them out. And I'll be honest, this one just looks cool. It does. I like that disc right there. And they both felt pretty good. This one felt really good in the hand. Like I picked it up and played with it at the show. This one felt good enough, but it just looks so damn cool. And then this is the steel will. It's the cut jack. Steel will is a budget brand that is on Amazon. I heard the name get dropped a few times. They apparently make some really good stuff, but I haven't handled one yet. This was a gift from Adam for USA. Oh, what is it? The AMC Eagle is also a Mitsubishi. It's a Mitsubishi something. What the hell? I think it might be the Eclipse from those years. The smallest knife I have is a little Gerber that's about that long. That is upstairs buried. And I believe I got that because it was like $4 on Blade HQ while I was ordering something else. Unless you count the miniatures that my uncle made, which I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to go look for those real quick now. Let's see, miniatures. Oh, the box is over here. Are they in here? Yeah, there's one of the miniatures that my uncle made years and years ago. Okay, Talon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That being said, I wouldn't mind having an Eagle Talon to screw around with. I think Back to the Future with a Gremlin instead of a DeLorean would have to involve a whole bunch of Ed Big Daddy Roth artwork. It's the only way you could justify that. Yeah, the Yugo won't hit 88 miles an hour, dude. Can't work. That was scary. Did you guys have a lot of the Yugos in Croatia? Mirror salt. It's not that I hate the cardboard, it's I hate the factory edge on this knife and want to ruin it. No. So, we're on 4CR14 right now, and when we've done 8CR13, that usually takes about 2.5 hours to wear out. 4116 took no time. This is already showing some wear, and it's been about an hour and 10 minutes now. So, I'm expecting to see something significant within the next hour. But no, I tell you what, I would like to see in Back to the Future, as a substitute, a fucking Ford Aerostar. Which, if you remember those things, that was a damn good little van. I wish I had another one of those so bad right now. Oh, have you guys seen the Bigfoot, the monster trucks? Have you seen what they did to the Ford Aerostar? Have you seen that? Yeah, the Astro was all right, but it wasn't so much a passenger van the way the Aerostar was. But the Astro had a better engine and transmission, but the interior just fell apart in no time flat. I'm assuming nobody even knows what I'm talking about with the Bigfoot Aerostar. So I'm going to have to look that up and show you a picture. You have to see a picture. Okay, there. That is what the guys at Bigfoot did with an Aerostar. I cannot tell you how much I want that. All right, Midnight. Have a good night, dude. That's a nice deal. Yeah, I don't know if the chassis on that was custom built or they just body swapped it onto something else. I just gotta say, like, I'm one of those weird guys. I really, really do love station wagons and minivans. And for that to have wound up there is just fantastic. It makes the world a little bit better of a place. Silver, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your time. But yeah, this was like, if I hit a significant amount of money for any reason whatsoever right now, you know, once we covered bills for the immediate future, I'd be going to pick up a Honda Odyssey and just finding the nicest one I can possibly get. Well, Chef Rocky may still be lurking. We don't know for sure. But yeah, I also want the joys of a minivan with a good beefy subwoofer in the back. Just all that room for sound to echo. So nice. Yep, there we are. He's still here. I was about to say he paid 20 bucks for the show. I'm pretty sure he's sticking around. It's like the stereo in the truck. I've got a pair of 12s under the back seat, but I should have gone with either 8s or 10s. The speaker box I have them in has no room for air to move. Like, it's such a tight fit in there that I had to take the little plastic plates that the wires plug into and flip it around backwards so that I can make enough room for the magnets on the 12s. So it thumps a good bit, but it's nowhere near what it could be. Like, the wife's car that used to be my other car has got 112 and an absolute bank vault of a speaker box. That thing thumps. Like, it's not going to win any decibel competitions, but plenty of bass. No, I'm right there with you. I do want one of those old hearses. I kind of don't care which one as long as it looks weird enough. But that, with a couple of stuff, like, because what I wanted to do was to set it up on a street legal drag setup and get a big ass supercharger sticking out of the hood, and then put a just monster sound system in a hardwood casket in the back. But yeah, that question always comes up with the Grail knives. I haven't found Grail knives yet. You know, like, the Midgard's Messer is at the fin wrist. It's like 14 inches long. I want that, but I'm not going to be able to reach that anytime soon. You know, more than Grail knives, the thing I'm after is like prototypes. If I can find really old stuff that's got like a really weird design, I'll be all about it. But so kind of the Grail knives are finding prototypes of cool shit. I've got 2 Devo knives prototypes, and I got a Vosteed raccoon prototype at a blade show this year. Yeah, like, I get the Deca kind of being a Grail knife, but it's also, you could reach that if you put money back for a bit, and they're still pretty widely available. You know, that's the thing that I was thinking about. Like, I tried to do a video, like, what are my Grail knives, or what would pass for Grail knives, and I couldn't quite ever get it dialed in. Because, you know, like, the ones I hunt, the prototypes, I can get. They are acquirable. So, my first car, my dad gave me his old Volkswagen Fox, but I didn't have a license, so it just sat in the yard. The first car I had with a license was a 1969 Dodge A110 Sportsman cab forward van. Yeah, I got the Growler V2 prototype last year, with the white micarta on it. And then I got this year a Fireball prototype, with the black and red fat carbon on it. And then I got that I got that Vosteed prototype. Which I really, really hope they figure out how to put that prototype into production. But yeah, so like what when I find it, I'll know it. All right, when I find what a Grail knife is, I'll know it. And that's probably going to be something with a very, very weird design that is also rare because it's either very old or because they only made a few and they're on the higher end. But that's going to be something real damn weird. Like, you know, like I'd love to find a prototype of the CRKT Dactyl, or to find a prototype of the CRKT Snaplock or Snapfire. I would love that, because I can't imagine the prototyping process on that was just 1 or 2 iterations. I can't. All right, we're going back into the 44-pound stuff. It's like, you know, and it really depends on how you define Grail knife. Like the one that I have my eye on that I want the most right this minute, that I really want and can't reach right now, is the Cold Steel Mayhem. Like, I am a Cold Steel fan. I love my fucking oversized folding knives. And the Mayhem does everything I want it to. I also got to play with one of those at Blade Show, and I fell even more in love with it than I already was. But I'm going to have to save up for a while to get the Mayhem. I'm already starting to put money back, but it's a few cents at a time. Like, believe me, I think you guys saw the videos from my Blade Show haul, and there was still so much stuff I had to pass on. Like, the one that hurts the most at the moment was not being able to pick up the Naps Lander with the lunar scales on it. And I still haven't gotten an email back from Ben or any response, so I'm hoping he just saw the email and they're going to run with that idea just because I want to see it. Oh, trust me, it was hard to show as much restraint as I did, and I still wish that Kaiser Mini Roach hadn't vanished. I really do, because that was also one I was looking forward to carrying and playing with. I'm not cutting more of this stuff up after this one. I cannot tell you how much pressure it's taken to make these cuts on this box. But Tidy Cats has committed... Oh, this is Cat's Pride. They're even worse. Oh, Jesus. You know, I thought this stuff would be fun to cut with something. Wasn't thinking about this, and I'm glad I didn't get the pear frame. It's getting rough. Like, part of it is we got this hollow grind, which always makes things more difficult. But you also got 4CR with some wear on it, and like, it's not ripping and rolling the cardboard during the cut right now. It's just the thickness and the grind of the blade are working against me. I don't think 12 degrees is going to work on 4CR. I'm not even sure 15 degrees is going to work. What I do know is my hand is starting to hurt really bad right here. I don't know if you can see how much that callus is starting to get pushed back up out of shape. Yeah, 12 degrees will work for 2 cuts on this. Let's see how bad, let's see if it's just the bad edge or the cardboard doing this. Oh no. The 15-degree edge definitely munches this no problem. Yet another one I am not familiar with at all, sir. Yeah, and see, I'm kind of right there with you. Like, the Mayhem is not totally out of my price range. I'm just going to have to wait a while for it. That's my big thing, is I do have to wait it out. That being said, I haven't handled the Sabenza. I don't understand what the hype is with the Sabenza outside of the rarity and the wait list. Because I do know rarity, even if it's not that good, will create some hype and create some demand. And so I couldn't tell you how much of that is couldn't tell you how much of that is the rarity or the fact that it's that good. You know, whether it's just like, if it's such a good knife that it's worth waiting that long on the waiting list for, or spending that much on the secondary market for, or if it's just they're rare, there's a wait list and there's a hype, and then you get to say, I have a Sabenza. Look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants McGee. Yeah, not doing more of that. We're going back to the Ritz Toasted Chips box. Yeah, like, and that's the thing, like, you get over a certain price point, and it's like, I could be doing so much more meaningful things with that money, especially when it's just yet another knife. Chef Rocky is self-promoting. Y'all check him out if you so desire. The audience of 14 people here make a big difference. You know, it's just, and that's the thing is like, you know, I'm not here for super high-end stuff just for the sake of having super high-end stuff, you know. I've created a kind of odd little corner for myself. We're here looking at, you know, knives in the $50 or less range that other people aren't carrying to do reviews on. Like, you're not going to see anybody else do a review on a Camillus Cirque, you know. You're not going to see a Camillus Keto show up with someone going to the effort of carrying it for a week and then doing a and then doing a review on it after carrying it. You're not going to see that anywhere else. Not saying that's good or bad particularly. Brother, I'm not having people send me stuff right now. Like, I'd gotten into that earlier. Like, I don't have a P.O. box. I don't have a good way to do that. And I'm also not totally comfortable with it yet. So that's going to be on the back burner until I do get myself a P.O. box set up and get everything put together where I don't have to dox myself. And I'm comfortable with either receiving stuff that I didn't pay for, or not being able to really do a video on it for a long time after it shows up. No, like I said, I get it. I understand. Like, I have this conversation a lot, and I have that same reaction, but it's free, but I want to send it. And it's like, I'm not comfortable, and I don't want to dox myself. Oh God, you should have seen the dark timber custom stuff. Like, my buddy Bushcraft Outdoors, like, he was waiting to get in there. And because he didn't pay an extra 50 bucks or no, so our 3-day tickets were $55. Because he didn't spend an extra 70 some odd dollars on an early bird ticket, they were gone by the time he got in there. Like, the whole gift thing has definitely always been uncomfortable on a lot of levels. You know, just given what I've been forced to live through. So it's not just tied to here, but, you know, some of us get it, some of us don't. Evasive floppy disk, what's going on, dude? Welcome back, welcome back. So docs, if you have an internet presence as a creator or influencer of any kind whatsoever, and then your address gets leaked, that's doxing. Like, I've already had to make some compromises there, sending out prizes from the 1K giveaway, but you know, I need to watch that and keep it under control, because right now, not a big deal, pretty low risk. Pretty low risk, but if the channel continues to grow, that starts becoming more and more risky as time goes on. KO, I can read everything you're putting in here. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, again, right now, it's a pretty low risk environment. However, also a bad habit to develop. Oh shit, guys, I think it's happening. I think the edge is starting to really properly crap out here. Either that or I just hit a weird part of the box. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things that goes along with the... Oh, nice. Yeah, I know you've been talking about selling stuff for a minute. I hope you're keeping that one really fancy one that you got, though. Yeah, the Kershaw, that thing's just too nice. I said, I'm a goblin. Like, I have a hard time letting go of stuff. You know, the reason I'm talking about possibly giving away, you know, the knives that have been run through their review and Cardboard Slayer and all that is just because they're starting to pile up. I haven't decided how I'm going to approach that, but the thought has been put out there. Yeah, I think I've been Georgia 40 years now. Yeah, my dad, in his infinite wisdom, just kind of chased minimum wage jobs across the country after I was born, and I'm not sure why. We'll say one thing, this edge is holding on a lot better than I thought it would. Let me clean the gunk off of this real quick and we'll see how it cuts on here, because this can be different than this. It's confusing. One of the things I'm waiting on and I'm trying to save up for is the best sharpness tester, so we can get real-time data much more accurate than this. Oh, wow. No, you're right. Like, that was definitely creeping up there. earlier today. Like, I think now that I've hit like the partner program and all that, things should start picking up a little bit. It is just so hard to do a channel like this without doing giveaways every week. Man, thank God I don't have a bunch of small cuts on my hand. Holy shit. Okay. And we'll put the moonshine back where it came from. Now. Ain't nobody dope as me. I'm just so fresh, so clean. So yeah, we got some wear right here, but like it's still doing the paper cut. Yeah, it's definitely worn, but it's nowhere near as bad as I expected it to be by now. Which may be down to a reasonable edge angle. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. There's about to be a fight. Just remember, hold your phones horizontal, not vertical when you film a fight. Oh, that went nowhere. Have a good night, Midnight. Yeah, that went nowhere. That was a whole bunch of nothing, guys. Can't have nothing nice around here. I'm kind of worried that Rosecraft Pocket Monster is going to wind up being like an 8-hour stream. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it seems like you got to be just the right kind of person to sit here and do this, sit here and watch this. But it's like, is this really that different from just seeing someone sitting there talking and not actually using a knife or doing anything with it while they talk? I was like, oh, I'll reach for this one and open it and close it 3 times. All right, let's reach for another one. Fook, you in here? No. I love how that happens. I love how that happens. Like, I did a video for the easiest way to line a forge with refractory for safety, just so I can show it to people. Like, what you're doing is incredibly unsafe and will harm you gravely if you keep doing it. Here's the easiest way to fix it. 30,000 views on a channel that never made it over 815 subs. I mean, let's be entirely fair here. When you hand a non-knife person a liner lock or something like that, they are absolutely fucking mystified every single time. Like, I don't give them crap for it. I kind of understand, but it's just like, wow. You know, a back lock, guys can usually figure out, but a liner lock or a frame lock, Always got to show them the first time. All right, we're starting to see the mark of the beast here. Starting to see it. Little dingus right there. Oh shit, channel member now? Yeah, the green tag's channel member, isn't it? Hell yeah. Genuinely appreciate it. You are first in line. When I figure out what I'm going to do for channel members, you'll be the only one there for a minute. Yeah, much love in return, man. It's greatly appreciated. Like, we're hitting a ton of milestones today. Like, literally 7, 8 o'clock this morning, I signed up for the monetization thing. Because I was just looking to see what's happening next month. I mean, aside from July, what's happening next month? KO, is next month your quinceañera? Oh, nice. Yeah, like, you need to be doing that. If you're trying to grow the channel, you need to be doing that. Like, those shorts and those longer form videos support the live streams, and the live streams support the videos. Like, it's kind of a self-contained ecosystem almost. I have seen Bearded Doom at one point, and I've heard the name several times. I will say, when you're doing this, like when you're doing knife videos, especially as regularly as I am right now, it gets real hard to start to sit there and watch other channels. Just like, that's enough knives for today, guys. Like, the only thing I've really been doing outside of this is I'll check out the Bees Blades live stream when I remember to. And even then, it's one of those comments are scrolling by too fast for it to matter fest. Oh wow. I'm guessing y'all aren't doing the lives anymore then. Yeah, it was cool meeting Bees and talking to him. Oh, gotcha. No, I hung out with Bees for a few minutes and talked to him at Blade Show. He kind of showed me some good news for my channel, because I thought before I could monetize, I had oh, what you call it? I thought I had to get like 9 or 10, or no, 3 million views on my shorts on top of the 3,000 hours of watch time. And so he set me straight on that. And his wife has got a handful of my lanyard beads that I make, which I need to go in the garage and make some more. It's overdue. Yeah, that's one thing I'm gonna do next year at Blade Show is try to network some more. Um, like this year, I did more. Like I got out of my shell a little bit. Um, you know, I was at Vosteed and okay, Chef Rocky, did you go to the Vosteed booth and see that row of prototypes they had where they had the raccoon with the resin scales on it? So some of the guys glow, like the little orange skulls would glow, and I got a few glow in the dark beads that I cast and turned. Um, but the ones they got, there were a couple of wooden ones that were made from some nice material with good figure, and a couple of resin beads that don't glow. Okay, so I got that Vosteed raccoon prototype. That's one of the ones I got was that resin. The guy that's trying to figure out how to put those into production. I talked to him about the resin stuff and all that, and I showed him one of my thermochromic beads that changes color when it gets warm. So hopefully, if they figure that out, we'll see a line of knives coming out with thermochromic scales on it to change color after they've been in your pocket for a few minutes. I was there for Friday and Sunday. I didn't have a ride on Saturday, but I don't think I could have survived doing a third day. And like Saturday would have been buy nothing for the whole day, which would have been would have been just tiring. But next year I'm going to try to make sure I got arrangements. Yeah, no, and that's the thing is like, if I could get myself in the door somewhere designing stuff, that would be great. That being said, I don't know how to design and get something to the prototype stage, so that ain't gonna happen. But yeah, and the other thing was Ben over at NAFS. I talked to him, and what we were talking, like, so I caught him and got his attention, and I told him, like, hey, you guys would be perfect to do translucent colored scales, kind of like the old Nintendo 64 controllers, along those lines. Basically like Ultim, but not ugly. So I'm kind of waiting to see if that actually has any results, because I'd love to see that show up too. You know, like, basically you can get your knives with, you know, N64 controller themed scales. You know, like everything back in 2000 was translucent and colored. Like, oh shit, nice. But like, he really liked the idea. He really did. He gave me his card and told me to email him, so I shot him an email, and there's no response to that, but I'm pretty sure he has got so much going on at any given time that you know, he's not going to respond to that. But I'm not looking for credit for either one of the things. I just want to see it happen. You know, those thermochromic scales, I've had that idea in my head for years. You know, and unfortunately, like, a thermochromic handle wouldn't work so good on a fixed blade, because the fixed blade isn't inside a pocket or pressed up against your body that hard, so it's not going to pick up that heat that quickly. That would just be completely dependent on the ambient temperature, which would be much harder to deal with. Did I bring my bag of beads down here? Did I? Yes. Okay. So I can show you what I'm talking about here. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. No. All of my thermochromics may be gone. No, we got one left. Oh, nice. Yeah, like, I don't like the piss plastic. Okay, so here is a thermochromic bead. All right, we have got a green and a blue. All right, you guys see that pretty clearly? I'm gonna hold this in my hand while we're doing the next few minutes of cutting, and then we'll see what the color looks like after a little while. Because I don't remember what colors this changes to. You know, the only caveat to the thermochromic is that it takes a few minutes. It's just the resin takes a few minutes to heat up. Dude, one of the things that hurt my damn feelings the most at Blade Show last year. All right, this bag had a shit ton more beads in it. So I'm walking around. Every time I stop and talk to someone that I've never met for a few minutes, I'm like, here, you want a bead? And I'd show them the, like, they'd find the skulls, or I'd tell them I had some skulls in there along with the regular beads. Every single fucking person, and I'm not exaggerating, every single one dug out one of the skull beads and completely passed by all the stuff that I turned on the lathe. Every single one. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing, like, I would like thermochromic scales. I think if someone released those, they would probably take off pretty much immediately. And, you know, we'd have like a whole thing open up where like you could have, you know, thermochromic scales on just about everything, at least in the more budget oriented end. See, like it still hasn't started changing yet. Actually, you know what? I can put this under my leg right here. A lot easier to deal with. Yeah, I'm gonna wind up probably including a. So I'm probably gonna wind up including beads in all the giveaways. I'm also like, I haven't been at a point where I'm like, I want to try to sell these just because I know what my luck is with trying to sell stuff, and I'll sell a handful to people I know, and then nothing happens. But the thermochromic doesn't react to UV light. That's not what it does. It's not fluorescent. It doesn't fluoresce. These skulls, however, are fluorescent. They do light up under a black light, and they do glow in the dark. If I remember right, it's a lot more faint than I'd like it to be, but they do. I've got to get into my old glow in the dark stuff and see. I wouldn't think it would wear out too bad from UV light. I mean, resins are usually pretty stable. It's when you have clear resin starts yellowing out. Bill, what's going on, man? I don't know what the hell to charge for a lathe turn bead. Like, I've been thinking like the wooden ones for like $10 and the resin ones for like 20, just because the resin takes a good bit of effort to turn down, and it wears my tools out something fierce. And of course, there's also the time and expense of going into getting the materials for casting the resin to begin with. But like, I showed one guy at Blade Show who was running a table. I was like, just gonna be here. You want a bead? Just, you know, kind of handing him out for spreading some goodwill. And he just freaked out. And he's like, dude, do not charge a penny less than $50 for these. And it's like, bro, what? I do not see $50 in one of these at all. And the resin is getting warm, but it hasn't quite started changing color yet. Like I said, It's a slower change than I'd like, but it's really dependent on the thickness of your material. So like those thermochromic scales would be, you know, they'd be dependent on riding in your pocket for a while. Sorry, I went totally blank on that. I've been awake since 2 a.m. Yeah, it's hard to figure out how to price those, you know? Like, even 20 bucks feels like a bit much, even though I had to put some time into working those, you know, working on those. But when you're making stuff like that, you always tend to undervalue your work. I don't know, like, I probably need to set an Etsy back up and try to do something with that. It's just like, you know, I had an Etsy page and I was selling, you know, hand or cast resin jewelry. Like a lot of it was earrings and stuff like that that were gummy bears and translucent resin that were earrings. They looked fantastic. People loved them, but they were on Etsy for about 6 months through Black Friday, and the price getting knocked down quite a bit for Black Friday. Not a single damn one sold. And it's like you combine that with my lack of confidence in getting somewhere to ship them out consistently. It's just like, that's a lot. Well, like, Etsy is there, like, if I'm doing something like, you know, making lanyard beads, then that's all linked to the channel. So the channel is pushing the sales, not Etsy. Like, that's where that difference is made. Oh, I've been thinking about gummy bear beads, but I can't find a mold that's the right size for them. That's the only caveat to that. Adam, what's going on, dude? Well, we were on 4CR14 and we're 2 hours in and it's still hanging on for dear life. Yeah, so like we're starting to get some really, really worn spots here. What is what, Bill? Oh, Kershaw filter 4CR14. I said, dude, what is going on, man? Yeah, we're screwing around with this old piece of crap. Like, I don't know. Like, this is holding on way better than I thought it would. Like, by a lot. I figured by now we would have been resharpening, like maybe 30 minutes ago. Fook, what is up, dude? Yeah, you late. You late, buddy. That being said, the cardboard we've been feeding it isn't as hardcore as we've been doing in the past. Partly because this thing sucks to cut 44-pound and up cardboard with, and I'm not hurting myself for it. Yeah, Fook, you missed it. Chef Rocky is our first channel member, and we have gotten our first super chats. Geez, who did the first one? Was that me with knives? I've already lost track. Also, Punisher, you want to pick a figure out? We have got the Knight, the Ninja. We'll do Grim Reaper again. Frankenstein, Mummy. Whatever one you want to pick. Screw it. We got the robot out of the way for 1977 in case he's got to go crash because he's on Europe time. Thank you, Fook. Yeah, like it's been a little bit of a head trip hitting the point where I can monetize and do all that stuff. All right, Frankenstein on the upcycle. You got it. No, the so wet farts. This is where you go for the wet farts right here. Which, Chef Rocky, you get to pick the next one out. Boog! You have to read super chats aloud. Dance for me, puppet! Thankfully, I don't dance. Oh, God. What do we think the odds are that the Mike Tyson slash Logan Paul fight's actually going to happen? Or Jake Paul, or whichever one that is. %? Yeah, I'm leaning towards that myself. Like, well, like I want to hear about what happened. Like, they have so many contracts signed, they have to do it at some point. You know, and a lot of people have been paying to see. A lot of people have been paying to see Paul, whichever one that is, Jake Paul. Karina, what's up? Like a lot of people have been paying to see Jake Paul get shut the fuck up, and it hadn't happened yet, but he's also been fighting kind of nobodies. Then again, this might not be thermochromic. It's still green. I'll be right back. I'm going to run this under some hot water. This should be thermochromic. If this ain't it, I don't have more. Okay, that one's not changing. I'm going to swap this up. I'll be right back, guys. This one just kind of turned a little bit brighter of a green, I think. I'm not 100%. But I do have something. Okay, I'm back. Sorry I did a metal complex on you. Hey Harley, what's up? Welcome, welcome. You missed me walking out for some thermochromic. So, my Luzon has got a pair of these skulls in purple and green. These are thermochromic. And then we got some more thermochromic right here. So you guys see what the colors are right now. We got some weird red purple swirl. These are definitely going to change. So these are, I'm sitting on them like an egg now. How is this thing still cutting? Like, I wouldn't believe this was 4CR if it wasn't for it being on Kershaw's website. We're pretty much 2 hours in right now, and let's take a look online again and see if we can't track something down, because the wear on this is not matching expectations. Yeah, like Kershaw knives 4CR14, Amazon 4CR14. Blade HQ is saying 3CR13. Cutlery Shop 3CR13. Yeah, so we're gonna say 4CR14. The sideways cuts are easier than the long ways cuts. That's the thing. As long as you can deal with the pressure, like the sideways cuts go a lot easier. Yeah, I mean, the edge geometry is probably keeping this thing above water, but still, you know, we've had ACR13 with good edge geometry show more wear than this in the same amount of time. Yeah, see, that's the thing that I'm looking at with that fight. It's just like, sorry, but Mike Tyson is still, like, you've seen the video of what he's looked like coming through training, and that's just getting back to old form. That's not trying to go up to, you know, match something that's way out of his league. And, you know, part of me is also wondering if there's going to be one of those things where they call the fight or they do something to, we're going to rule this on points and it's a draw. Like, something's got to protect Jake Paul in that one or he's going to be fucked. I mean, the sideways cuts are still nice and clean. The fight got put on hold because Mike Tyson had a medical issue of some sort. And I haven't seen anything else. Like, I'm not super into watching fights. This is just such a clown show that I have to find out what happens. You know, and I may watch it on Netflix or I may just watch the replays. Well, what was it? Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, we've done several fart toys and it's still above 15. But no, there was that dude on the plane that wouldn't shut the fuck up, like going in on Mike Tyson is like, are you sure you want to do that? And he got punched in the face for it. like, well, no, now we're up to 17. At least on my screen. One screen says 11, one screen says 17. But I mean, like, do you really want to go down on the internet as the guy that was basically, Rocky, I don't know why you can't give memberships. I don't know anything about that process yet. That may be one of those things that I have to earn after, like, I've still got tiers to earn with this. Like, I still have another 1,000 watch hours to unlock more stuff. So that may be locked behind a wall right now. Yeah, like now I'm seeing 9 on the phone that's recording this, and I'm seeing 17 on the phone that I'm watching on. Yeah, we'll get you there, definitely. You know, we'll get there. It's just a matter of patience, you know. We've managed to rack up over 3,000 hours of total watch time. Yeah, one brick is changing. These guys haven't started changing yet. Like, I know these beads change because I've seen them change when I've gotten out of my truck at work. Which, EDCing the XL Luzon is a lot of fun. That is just a fun knife to carry. So I can't see how much each one of you has watched, but normally when I close out a live stream, I'll see between 38 and 44 hours of total watch time between all you guys. Finish the cut. So yeah, like I can't check individual watch time per person. Don't make the dog suffer like that. What did it ever do to you? I mean, sure, it crapped on the floor that one time, but that's just what dogs do. You come home and the dog's chewed its own ears off. Fook, what's up? Like, the dog takes the time to learn how to speak, and he's like, what the hell are jellyfish? Yeah, I know at one point with the YouTube Blacksmiths group, a few of us just kind of set the videos to play on loop on a computer and just turned the monitor off and left it alone. Which, all right, Bill, enjoy dinner. Huh. I don't know. Nature documentaries are amazing. I don't know. I've hit that point in middle age where you pick either being obsessed with grilling or being obsessed with World War II documentaries, and I went with the documentaries. But I'll also watch a nature documentary anytime, any day. Wow, the loop doesn't work anymore. Yeah, it was like if I knew that the channel that I'm watching these on, like the old channel, if that would work. I definitely have a playlist on loop on that. And it would just be the playlist of live streams. You just hit play on the live streams and let them go. And, you know, there's what, like 4 hours a pop, 8 hours on that one, 7 hours on another. Like, you've got hours and hours and hours of video. I don't know. I don't think it would. I mean, I have to assume that the software is sophisticated enough to pick up that you're watching at double speed, but you're still, like, you're watching 2 minutes worth of video in 1 minute. You're still watching it for a minute. Boys, we're starting to feel some more wear. Yeah, you were talking about that earlier. I just can't believe those exist on YouTube and they've stayed up this long. Like, I'm sure they're going to vanish eventually. You know, there's going to be a crackdown on it, and then they're going to be gone forever. But I have seen other versions of that show up. $19.77. Have a good night. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your time. Like, we really should be seeing this thing starting to tear and roll the cardboard by now. I'm glad I don't know that channel. I missed 10 seconds ago when I didn't know that existed. Okay, you can start to see it now. It is starting to change colors. We're starting to get like bright yellow, and colors are starting to lighten up into greens. So we'll keep this baking. Actually, you know what? We can go run the square under hot water. Make this happen immediately. Okay. Sorry, this needed some time under hot water, but now we've got that. So yeah, that's the thermochromic. All right, wilderness. See you in a minute. We're still going to try to get the skulls to change color. It's just going to be slow. Like, it wouldn't be as slow, but the basement's absolutely freezing. And actually, you know what? So we got our green and purple right here. I'm going to just hang them in front of the space heater. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. No, you should never, ever feel bad about a Princess Bride reference. I can't believe this thing's still going. Oh yeah, those skulls are changing colors real fast. Now the cut's starting to get not great. Ugh. Ooh, favorite Metallica song. I'm gonna have to go with one. Might be a little bit plebeian. Oh, if we're doing that, then I'm just gonna switch over to Rock Lobster. No, but that's the problem is everything up through Garage Inc. I listen to so fucking much that now, like after the first 30 seconds, I'm good. Yeah, you play it till you hate it. Yeah, I mean, like, I heard parts of Saint Anger, and I'm just like, they're trying to sound like guys that are way younger than they are, and it's not working. Okay, so here are the formerly purple and whatever they were. But that's what they did. Okay? I want this on knife scales. Well, it's hard to pick up inference on chat. Yeah, like I got started on the Black Album. That's the one that my friends had laying around when I started listening, and then I had to work backwards into their older stuff. Integrals. I don't have a problem with them, but that's more of a fixed blade deal. All right, more post honey bunches of oats. It's time to atone for your sins. Let's take a look at the card stock and see how bad the wear is. Yeah, it's not too different from an hour ago. It's really not. The skulls, I will say right now, are a bit of a fucking headache because I cast those in a mold and then I have to go to the drill press and get a 7mm hole pretty much straight through the middle of the head and straight out the middle of the bottom. That is so hard to do. I have so many piled up over there that the hole just did not line up on. Now, the Thermochromic regular beads, those, the regular Thermochromic beads, those are doable. Those are not too hard to do. I do need to cast some more Thermochromic resin in a much more compatible blank. I want that thermochromic effect on a knife. Like, I want that on the scales. Well, we can get you some 420J2. Now, the Magna Cut you're on your own with. And we're getting back to the original colors now. I'm gonna cut this one more piece up and we're gonna call this thing dull. So I said it's still managing these cuts okay, but we are starting to see the wear. This has held on for so much longer than I thought. Like, you know, normally with 8CR, I've got some G10 blades. Yeah, like ACR 13 by now is normally showing more wear than this is. Like, we didn't start the fire because Fook fucking did it. It's his fault. I don't have a poop blade, but I can show you where to buy a poop knife on Amazon. Fuck it. Nightingale blade. Yeah, I know what I'd want to design if given a shot with Rosecraft, but like they'd be the ones to make it. They're the right people for it. I may roll that around a little bit. Where is it? Where is that? Where's that Rough Rider that I used last time? I don't know. But yeah, no, when someone starts doing stuff like that, it's like, you know, sir, in order to be offended, I must first value your opinion, and that's obviously not happening here. B for Baron, what's going on? For once, you came in and the stream wasn't just ending when you got here. How you doing, man? You have missed it, sir. We got our first super chat in. We also have our first channel member. We got our second super chat. We are on to greatness. Yeah, I think we can call this thing dull now. Like, that's where we got the edge wear. So we're dull, but we're still going. Yeah, no, closing shift has been like, so I got back from Blade Show. I got very, very sick because someone at Blade Show got me very, very sick. If you guys can figure out who at Blade Show got me sick, do me a favor, go to their house, put breadsticks in their toilet, and then tell their dad they did it so he hits them. I'd appreciate it. But I went into work 2 days, 100+ degree fever, and 6 days straight, most of it closing, and then I opened today, and I have been so shot. We're not butter knife dull yet, but we're definitely starting to see the damage. Shit, B for Baron, thanks, man. Much appreciated. We're going to give you the mummy, sir. No, Adam, you got lucky, dude. Like shit. 2 days after Sunday, like it was Tuesday before I started the live stream, I started feeling it. And it beat my ass. And I couldn't call out of work because, one, I was at the end of my vacation, and two, we had no leadership. So what we're doing here is on the live streams, we are cutting up cardboard to see how long they stay sharp. And I do hang out with you guys. That's like the fun here. So that's what we're doing with this. We've been at it for about 2 hours and 40 minutes so far. But yeah, that's kind of the that's the gist of the live streams. And then the long form videos are regular knife reviews and stuff like that. You're not allowed to leave. Don't leave me. Oh shit, Chef Rocky, thank you, sir. Thank you. We're gonna go for the alien for you. One more for you, Chef. Yeah, like we're all here because we all love knives, and like this whole channel is stuff pretty much $50 or less. Like that's the bread and butter of the channel. Kind of looking at stuff other guys aren't looking at. But y'all missed it. I did show off my thermochromic resin beads that I make. So like I was telling the guys, Vosteed, they're trying to make resin scales work. He's trying to figure out how to CNC mill out resin, so I gave him a lot of tips on how to handle resin and what resin to use. But I also gave him a thermochromic bead, and I'm waiting to see if they make knife scales out of it. Like another real quick one. Okay, you see these skulls are, you know, purple and green. Let me set this off in front of a heater for a few minutes, and I'll show you what they look like afterwards. Yeah, Chef Rocky coming through big time. Yeah, at some point we're going to break down and sharpen this thing, which y'all get to see the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Pro come out for a little, or the Precision Adjust Elite come out for a little while. God, that hurt my feelings. A Blade Show, man, I dropped by the Work Sharp booth and was like, everything here is better than the version I have. Fuck you guys. Wow. Yeah, at the rate we're going, when YouTube eventually cuts me the check for the AdSense or for the super chats and all that, that's going to turn into a couple knives. And I'm thinking, like, if I buy anything with super chat, that's going to wind up being given away. Is how that's going to happen. Sorry, I'm like thinking my way through that because this is a lot of new stuff to have happen. Right? Well, I mean, I think there's been a little over 30 bucks just off of today, which you know, by most live stream standards, it's not much. However, you know, this is the first night that I've had this open, and I got to figure out how to handle that. Gabo or Gabo or how you pronounce it. It's kind of hard to guess from reading it. My EDC knife changes every week. I'll carry something for a week. I'll do the review video on it, and then I'll put it in the box to get the cardboard slayer treatment with, and then I move on to the next one. So currently, this week I am carrying a Cold Steel 4 Max Scout. Carrying that for review. Last week I had the Rosecraft Castoria. Next week I'm carrying the Steel Wheel Cutjack. So like it rotates. It'll change every week. I'd love to stick with one for a while right now. There are a few of them that I really want to carry a lot more, but that doesn't work for the channel. And then you guys, tomorrow I am going to be checking my notifications nonstop because there is a Cold Steel AD15 Light on its way in, even though I wasn't supposed to buy anything else for another 20 weeks. Yeah, no, that's again, we can say thanks to Adam for America for that. That showed up, and like if you guys saw the haul video, like I had a pretty strong reaction to it when it came out of the box. Definitely looking forward to carrying that one. Yeah, like I can't think of like what I would carry if I could only carry one for, you know, a year. But honestly, all things being even, if I could only carry one thing for a year, it'd probably be one of my 2 bug outs. Okay, so the gray is you acid washing this, and yeah, I can see the shine on the knife. Yeah. That's a nice edge, gentlemen. Yeah, so what I'm expecting is going to be pretty predictable. It's going to do really well on my daily cut tasks. Plastic wrap on pallets, all that stuff. But I promise you I'd thrash these things, so it is going to see Cardboard Slayer, and that's where the fun's going to come in. And like, now that I've got that prototype, I went online or I went on Amazon and I looked at a regular Vosteed raccoon. I'm like, it's too expensive right now. Like, if I knew how to do a... If I knew how to do the kind of silicone casting that I want, and I could get I could get it dialed in right, I'd love to make a mold of the scales on something and then cast that in the thermochromic resin and just be done with it. Okay, Gabriel. Gotcha. I know I've seen the Recon one before somewhere. I don't want to see the email list. Okay, so I can already tell those things are pretty damn nice. Yeah. Welcome from Europe to here. I am on the southeastern part of the United States outside of Atlanta, Georgia. But yeah, I can already tell that Recon one's probably pretty damn nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're at dull. We are at dull edge. Yeah. All right, now let me just finish off this last little piece here. Does anybody know what the optimal edge angle for 4CR14 is? Just a little bit that I saw out of the website. That $40 was or 40 euros was very well spent. I think the euro is currently worth more than the American dollar, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 40-degree angle. No, I'm genuinely curious, like, because I think what I'm going to do is sharpen it at the lowest angle we can and see how long that lasts. Because I'm kind of curious, if we go like 12, 13 degrees, how long it'll hold. Because, yeah, this lasted as long as our 8CR13 has. Wild. Okay. Workshop, precision adjust. Butt scratchers. Get your butt scratchers. Forgive the jank on this setup, you new folks, but everything here is jank. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty close. I thought the euro was like at $1.50 to the American dollar, or the euro was about $1.50 or $1.70, but that may have been a while ago. Oh, no! Like, I wasn't supposed to be buying shit. All right? I still have 19 weeks worth of stuff to review between what I got, between Bushcraft Outdoors and Adam for America. All those things combined put us at 20 knives to review and 4 to give away total. I saw the AD15 light for $47, and the wife's like, aren't you ordering it? I was like, well, okay, fine. Don't twist my arm. Oh, I'm doing things. Everything here is jank. Yeah, I promise you the wife doesn't want a cold steel AD15 light. She just knows that I've been keeping an eye on stuff like that. Which I am going to have to break down and sand a smooth spot on that on that 4MAX Scout. I didn't want to have to do that until the end of the review, but nah. Tomorrow I'll sit down with a Dremel or something like that and just sand out a smooth spot on that scale. Yeah, that thing is bad. Guys, it may be time for emotional support caffeine. Okay, so let's get our marker out. We have got this at like the lowest angle I can possibly get it. This is going to be stupid. Oh, yeah, if you guys didn't see earlier, the thermochromic resin went from blue and purple to this. All right, how much work am I going to have to do here? Tell you what though, that 4C4 4CR held on for dear life. Like, I am actually kind of impressed. Blackbird Tactics, what's up? You know, it's one of those things. For 13 bucks, it's hard to go wrong with this. The ergonomics are okay. The only part of my hand that hurts is this part right here that rides in the channel on the back of the knife, you know, in between the scales, which, you know, what I'm doing here is definitely not what was intended by the designer. But, you know, yeah, the tip down thing kind of hurts. I'm not a tip down fan. But I still like it well enough that I bought one for my brother after I got mine. Now, that being said, too, I'm becoming less and less of a fan of the scales that have a really slick surface on them. They look cool, but oh boy. And we got another one where I'm not feeling a burr come up at all on this. Just gotta get this last little bit worked in. But I mean, like, I have complained about it vehemently quite a few times. I don't understand why cheap knives can't be tip up. Like, you know, there's a certain price point you drop below, and, you know, you get nothing but tip down, and it's always the mark of the beast. Like, you know, you're dealing with some garbage, it's always tip down. Okay, did I get it? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's just like for me, my hands get super dried out because I'm handling cardboard boxes all day, every day. Um, so like my hands will get super dried out and ashy and jacked up, and the exceedingly slick scales are just hard to hold on to. Like even when I'm just doing a 15-second pocket check, if the nails are a bit too slick or the scales are a bit too slick, I'm gonna have to do like 9 or 8 times. I'm gonna have to do like 9 or 8 takes before it finally sticks. You know, all the marker is coming off of this like way too easy. So either I'm hogging material off even faster than I think I should be, or they already had this thing sharpened at a very low angle. Chef Rocky, we are going to somewhere around 12 degrees maybe. Like, we're doing something stupid with this one. This is another one where, like, I know I've hogged all the material off on both sides. I just don't really feel a burr coming up. Like, this is very annoying. This thing should do good with the strop. Yeah, I saw that tattoo. Like, that was a... I don't know. I guess it's kind of like getting a band tattoo. Like, I know they're cool and all, but it's just lost on me. Only $451. All right, that's barely worth peeing on. Phew. $451. What, you think we're poor or something? And I promise you I'm not going for a perfectly mirrored edge here. We're just getting her sharp. Oh wow. Yeah, that see, that's what I was saying, where I need to be like networking more, like so that stuff like that can happen. Because I know, like, it's like Sunday. Oh, really? That's very cool, man. Yeah, so that assembly thing should lead to you doing um design work at some point. Then, oh yeah, I've got one of those tattoos on my back, but it's just like a bunch of text. Like, I've got a tattoo for my uncle after he passed away, and then I got a tattoo of what ended up being the channel logo. I like how on this thing they made it so you can't tell the 600 and 800 apart. You know, my uncle, he just drank and smoked himself into an early grave. But, you know, that was the man I wanted to be when I grew up. And losing him all of a sudden like that without warning, like 3 days before his daughter graduated high school, just fucked me up so bad. I still can't tell you how disappointed I am with that Cold Steel 1911. Oh god, that sucked. Of all the steels to go with. Why 4116? Oh yeah, that's something I was gonna say like 10 minutes ago. No, like I gotta start networking and talking to people more, because you know, me and Bushcraft Outdoors had a whole conversation walking into the building on Sunday about that, because I was like, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that, and then I started talking to people. I don't think Victorinox needs to switch their steels. Honestly, they're gonna sell regardless. I may as well keep the cost down. and make it easier to field sharpen. That's the other thing. Like I know there are a lot of people that want their Swiss Army knives and S35 VN and MagnaCut and Almax and all that stuff, but that's not their target market. But it's more like if it's going to sell anyways, why bother? It's like with Civivi. I believe Chef Rocky can tell you, Civivi offered 0 discounts for Blade Show. It might have been like $2 cheaper than retail. Because they were going to sell regardless. Why bother? Yeah, like the guys Swiss Army knife is going for specifically aren't that worried. Folk, all right, see you in a bit. Aren't that worried about the blade steel that much, or don't know enough about blade steel to worry about it. That's like at one point my dad thought you couldn't really sharpen a Swiss Army knife. I was like, give me that. Like 2 minutes later, it was shaving again. Okay. Back from whence ye came. Back from whence ye came. Yeah, no. Yeah, I was excited to check Civivi out, and it's like, 1, there's nothing new here to look at. 2, there's no discounts here. If I want to buy a Civivi, I'll just wait and not spend it here at Blade Show. And if you're new here, we got 5 stages of stropping going from either 24 or 40 micron down to 2.5 micron. And all the diamond paste came from Temu. And it still works like a son of a bitch. All right, later on, man, we're going to be here for a little while. Yeah, one of my Civivis came from Blade Show either last year or 2 years ago. I can't remember. And that's the Cogent, which I just don't like. I want to like it, but the button lock on it's garbage. And I know I got a couple of guys telling me, no, you can learn how to use them. It's like, are you sure you don't have a newer one than mine where they fixed it? So I guarantee you, if you've got one that operates like mine, it's not worth learning how to use. I gotta tell you, for button locks, the Rosecraft Castoria has kind of taken over as my favorite button lock. Like, it's true, it won't let it open, but that's what the flipper tab's for. But that is the most controllable button lock I have had my hands on so far. I still got to get a regular Civivi Elementum. Unfortunately, because I am on the poor side, the Damascus Elementum with the shredded carbon fiber and the copper flakes is in my collection right at too nice to carry. And we have a far more mirrored edge than I was expecting to get, but she good and shiny now. That paper towel is done for. Fook, what's up? We just finished sharpening. Oh, yeah. So I have a very, very cheap block from Harbor Freight that cost me like $10 that I'm learning how to sharpen on. I'm still learning how to freehand sharpen, and I'm not going to dump a ton of money on stones until I feel like it's worth it. But because Alive and Kickin' 1979 is gone, we can do this now. It's shaving, but it's not happy about it. I think we got the finest edge we could possibly get out of this 4CR. But she do be sharp. All right, I'm going to take about 2 minutes here to let my hand rest, and then we're going back in on this edge. I know, right? Just telling me didn't get no feet pics today. Yeah, I think the highest value I can confirm on a knife tops out at about 275 bucks. All right. One more rip. Emotional support nicotine. Okay, so we're going to call 8:25 start time. And of course, we got next to no pressure right now. So, Chef, you might be able to throw some light on the subject. Prototypes. How expensive do those get after they kind of, I don't know, like trying to buy prototypes? How expensive does that usually run? Yeah, like I paid $100 for my Devo at show this year, and last year my proto was the Growler V2 was like $85 or something like that. But like, yeah, that's what I get asked about a lot is the Grail knives, and really it's just finding prototypes of stuff, you know. Like I've got the Growler V2 and I've got the Fireball, and that Fireball is so damn sick. I am entirely sure, as large as that crowd is, they never figured out who it was. Yeah, one of the tables lost 2 knives. What was it? Somebody here knows more than I do. The Punisher probably does. He's our trivia golem. All right, let's go for the heavy duty stuff again. Let's see how that cuts. I'm trying to remember, I don't know whether or not you're part of the Ancient City Continental, but those guys, somebody knew what happened in there. Yeah, you're right. I saw that in B's chat too. See if Google can help out. Ah, razor. Okay, 2 laptop prototypes. No, that's not Blade Show. I don't know. Google's not giving me anything. Damn it. All right. Nope. So yeah, Gabriel, I have made some knives. They're not great. Um, Now, one thing that I did make that I am quite proud of is I made myself this Damascus Kiridashi. That's 14 layers with a lazy twist on it, and that came out really well. And I don't have instant access to it. Crap. Oh, here it is. I also made a chunk of a raindrop Damascus for this one, and unfortunately, the Damascus failed right as I was finishing the blade off. Like I was in the last bit of grinding, and that popped up and split open. On the 14 layer Damascus, but I spent 2 days working on this billet right here, making it, and that broke my damn heart. All right, this is definitely an easier cut, but still not easy by easy standards. This is definitely not a slicer. No, I can't fix that D-lam, dude. Even if I could fix the D-lam at this point in the process, it's far too late. Like, I'd lose pretty much everything about the knife trying to fix that. But once you get scale in there and a D-lam's like, unless you're an expert and it's a small D-lam and it's a fresh D-lam, you ain't fixing it. And I am no expert. I mean, it was still serve as a box opener and stuff like that. It's just I was so close. Like I was right there. No, the D-lam is, even if it wasn't a deep D-lam, there's no good way to grind down into the back of the blade with it being this narrow without just destroying it. Like there's no way to save that, believe me. I know enough to know how to save some of that stuff, but that one, it ain't possible. I mean, that's part of the game. You know, if you're gonna make stuff, you're gonna fail sometimes. You know, like I've made some other knives. This is the other heartbreak. All right, this monster right here. All right, this when I first started making stuff, I made this chopper, and to make these scales, I cut the skin off a bowling ball. All right, that used to be a bowling ball, and there are lightning bolts of microfractures all through the back of this thing. This thing is unfit for use and unsafe to use, which sucks, because otherwise I love it. Like, this turned out really well for a very, very early beginner project. But yeah, you can't use it safely. It has got so many fractures in it. Because what I did wrong is I just plopped it in the forge and let the whole thing get red hot, and I overcooked it back through here where the flame was. And then when I quenched it, of course, the overheated parts kind of cracked apart. I wonder, will this thing cut? Inquiring minds want to know. Okay. Okay, hang on, guys. Hang on. All right. That question has been answered. Nice. That's where I put that. But no, like, I've got a design kicking around my head right now, but I'm not set up to make folding knives by any stretch of the imagination. I have neither the tools nor the skills. Hey, beautiful. Do what?
That orange cake.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't think it was going to cut. I thought it was going to tear all the way through. But I did my due diligence with the work sharp belt grinder to get that edge as tight as possible. No, and that's the thing, is like, I designed that thing to like chop through trees and stuff like that. Like, that's what I was going for. You know, and it's a nice piece of spring steel off a Chevy S10. So, you know, we had a lot of good going there for it. But yeah, like, one good hard impact and that thing's probably going to break in about 5 pieces. And I don't want to be on the receiving end of the shrapnel from a shattering steel blade, especially not one of that size. Yeah, it's better safe than sorry. Yeah, like, if I knew what I was doing, I would have had a good chopper. And I've got another one that's partly done sitting in the shop that I could technically finish. But I just don't have the wherewithal to go in the shop and do that. And honestly, if your head's not in the game, you don't need to be going in there and playing with equipment like that, because you ain't going to do it safely. Yeah, I don't think it would survive Jay Nielsen. Doug Markida had a booth that I walked past and just kind of stopped and checked it out, but I wasn't going to wait in that line just to say hey to the guy. You all right?
Yeah, I just, my back was hurting me. I'm going to leave these down for you to bring up at some point.
All right. No, you're good. Love you.
Your cake got turned over.
So I know 3 people that won their episodes of Forged in Fire. I think I know another 3 that were on and took 2nd and 3rd place respectively. So we got James Davis, we got Paul Brock, we got Mark Hopper and Jess, Eduardo Saul. That's 5 of them right there. Jason Crum is in one of my groups that I've been around for quite a while. Was there somebody else? Yeah, actually, Ed Saul, I drop by and talk to him every year. That's also cool. Like I said, I think I said this earlier last time this came up, but Helm seems like he'd be a lot of fun for me to hang out with personally. We'd either be good friends or enemies. But Helm gives off the D&D or World of Warcraft vibe. Which, speaking of which, Eduardo, I dropped by his booth this year and he showed me a prototype that he's working on for a liner lock, and he said that when it gets made with all the materials and everything, it's going to be like $600. I was like, fuck. Like, I understand. I understand. Not saying I'm happy about it, but I understand. Yeah, we're talking about like making some really nice high-end stuff. High-end steel, high-end materials, like just all kinds of stuff. All right, chef. Yeah, I'm past medication time by a lot. But like I said, you're talking about premium materials, premium everything, and very, very small batches. All right, Punisher, man, have a good night, dude. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, that's one thing I love here is like we got this super, super fine angle on it, and this hollow grind is still making it take more pressure than I'd like for it to cut. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my real mom. Stay safe. You're not my real mom. I hate it here. Oh my God. I cannot tell y'all how much of a beatdown this is after being up since 2 a.m. But we're having fun. So the knives I have in my collection, before Blade Show by a while, I did a state of the collection video. It was a 168 knives. It took two 25 minute videos and like a 8 or 12 minute video to get them all in there. Since then I have picked up, I got 24 just from Blade Show. There's another one coming in tomorrow. I don't remember what else I've gotten since then, but there's also a bunch of fixed blades and stuff like that floating around, so it's got to be 200 or more. Dude, my ex-wife fucking hated it when I told her she was acting like my mom. Like, that was like damn near the worst thing you could say to her. Granted, my mom wasn't a good person, but still, she wasn't acting like a good person. I cannot... Dude... Yeah, no, my ex-wife's mom was one of the sweetest people I've ever met. Like, she was awesome. Like, that would have been an unfair comparison to her mom. I tell you, I cannot tell you how much I wish I had one of those best testers right now so we could just keep popping the wire and seeing how quick the edge is wearing down. That would be so much easier. Don't ever what? Don't ever what? Do the sharpness tester? You can't leave an open-ended statement like that and then just leave it there with no context. Staring at my phone instead of staring at my hands while I'm doing this. I don't want to leave it. I'm too tired to not care. Unfortunately, this level of exhaustion does increase the fucks giving a little bit. Y'all saw that, right? I saved that. I did. So what's something else interesting? Come on, guys, feed me. It is currently 8:53 p.m., sir. I think, right. I saved it and I was still left holding a handful of failure. But I think, what, international time, that would be like 20:53. Yeah, we share a time zone. I'm pretty sure Fook just called me a sloth. Scares me every time, guys. Is that 2:54 a.m. or? Hey, yeah, a.m. or p.m.? It's got to be a.m. It's got to be 2:54 in the morning. Yeah, I kind of have to operate on like normal American operating hours here. That's what I thought. Let's see. I guess we're going to have to look at the Miguron Arma. Okay, I'm smoking what you're rolling here. That's what we got on that. Hostess Chocolate Zingers, your day of reckoning is upon you. And guys, I honestly don't know how much longer I can go right now. I'm starting to fall apart pretty quickly. I'll be fine until about the 4-hour mark, and then that's it. Which, this may prove to just be a good time to wrap it up. Yeah. Yeah, so the edge on this thing held up far, far better than I anticipated. I'll give it that. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm I'm starting to recognize I'm getting into unsafe territory. Like I'm starting to be real careless with how I'm handling this thing. However, I will say we are already seeing wear in this. Yeah, it's still sharp, but there's already wear. The steel is 4CR14. So this still isn't the lowest grade steel that we've done. I think the mystery steel on the Walmart Axis locks was probably the lowest that we've done. And a close second was that Cold Steel 1911. God, I'm still mad at that 1911. The 4116 on that thing just kind of sucked. Yeah, I tell you what, guys, I think this might be a good place to wrap things up. That way I can go use the bathroom and lay down. But I am planning on the next live stream being on Monday. I think I've got another one of those days where I open and then go into a close on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm gonna have to stay up late as hell anyways. But yeah. Give everybody a chance to say goodnight, and then I am tapping out. And then I get to wake up tomorrow, logging up to take meds and crash again at about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. Good to meet you too, man. Happy to have you here. I appreciate being the founding member. That is awesome. Yeah, you guys have a good night. Like I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate your time so much. But yeah. Take care, Fook. I am signing out. See you later, KO. Good night, Adam. Have a good one. Gotcha, Rocky. Gotcha. Gabriel, thank you, man. Like I said, I should be up here on Monday again. All right. Signing out. I'll see y'all later.